this thing now. Oh my god, how does that even happen? Okay, babies. Hold on, we gotta go get for the soups. Where's your sibling? Hey. Where's your sibling? Oh, hi, honey. There you are. And this is why I don't want you on the food. Let us pretend that you are make-believe. And you are with that whisper inside my ear. And that is why I love you. Treat him. Here. Baby. Here. Chinese chicken. Okay. Ooh, I still didn't put her soup in. You guys are making me flustered. I don't even know where I am anymore. In this life or the next. Can people even see what's going on? Okay. Okay. Let's put Grandma's soup in. Okay. What did we do with the soups? What did we do with that soup? You guys made me set it down. What happened? I know that you know what's inside that bag, Madam. Another way to make this rotisserie chicken also much better is to stick it in other things. If you really want to get your money's worth on these soups, you take the blob out. No, it's not ready yet, ma'am. It's not ready yet. You mix all of the stuff on the bottom. You flick it good, but you take this and fill this pack with water. Oil is recyclable. Do that. Oh. Pure unadulterated sauce. It's your favorite. She's staying away from spice, so we're not putting that in. You dip it on top in the stuff first. Then you flip it over. And then you fill it on the side to the line. You avoid putting it over the top. And then you will get twice as much of the spice in the noodles without having to keep the sauce later. I also cook mine for twice the time at 40%. And then at the 2/3 way point, I put in anything that I'm cooking, like vegetables, chicken, whatever. Squishmallow. right down the middle, straight down. Now, one of the things you definitely want to do while dogging the rotisserie chicken is save all your available bones, just all of them. And the reason is because every part of the chicken is edible if cooked in the correct way. I say unless the chicken skin is really nice and perfect and it's crispy and delicious, I say the skin because that's where all the collagen and a ton of other amino acids are. It's also where a lot of the flavor is, so you get choose on that. See that right here. Right. I don't know if it sounds crispy, but it is crispy. Even cuddly. Where did my babies go? If someone is going to eat the breast as meat, which most people are supposed to do, which travesty. But if you spatchcock it correctly, this part will just come straight off. You want to take all of this scraggly bits that you know you're not going to enjoy eating straight off right away into the bag. And I don't tend to just tear anymore. I kind of just cut it off because I'm getting dual purpose out of it anyway. Or Jerry over here knows what it is. As long as it's not a bone at this stage, birds can eat it. But you know the parts that I'm talking about. They're like the little hard parts that if you took it off in a sandwich, you'd be very upset. Those stringy parts that nobody likes. Because those are perfect for your soups. That, you know how grandma's soup always tasted different than yours? That's why. Like I said, anymore I just kind of cut down the middle since I'm getting dual purpose out of it anyway. And I don't feel bad about it because I am getting an extra legitimate use that makes sense and is worth doing. But now I got a nice perfect chicken breast, nice perfect rib meat selection. And then I have the inner breast, which is actually the part that people like. They just don't know what it is. The reason it's so hard to do is because keeping it intact is a nightmare. Thank you, Jerry, for dumping that all over the floor, you piece of shit. Stop. I already gave you yours. See, you can see how nice it looks. It's very tender, but it's also very hard, and a well-cooked chicken doesn't have that. That's the part. That's the reason most people like rotisserie chickens, is because that part tends to be very soft, supple, and juicy. Gerontimus flex. So when you get down to pieces like this that just don't look pretty anymore, that's the stuff you want for salad, soup, etc. Por ejemplo, my mom would like some soups. She's not feeling good. And she loves these tonkatsu soups. Tonkatsu. And even though that's a pork broth, it is a very good medium for chicken. Then you just take it and shred it up in here, because that's what it's going to look like anyway. Again, if you get any of that resistance, go ahead and throw it into your soup bag, because when you cook it into larger soups, nobody's going to notice. I mean, these are where all the flavor is. Now, if I was cooking this for longer, or like if I cooked it for my stuff, here, I'll don't you take that? That's got all the pieces that you like. It's got all, look, it's even got the collagens. Yeah. Because anything next to the bone is going to have the absolute most flavor, which is what you're looking for anyway. And my mom loves that stuff. But anything, like I said, that meets with resistance goes for me into the bag, including the wishbone, which 9 times out of 10 I end up cutting on accident. But she loves the darks meat because she's got class and taste and flavor profiles. So I know that she doesn't mind when it is what it is, but like when you separate it out and you get that slime right into the bag, that's collagen and protein that you can be using for later. If you do this stuff right, you can get a good 2, maybe 3 extra servings of either meat or protein that you didn't realize were there. So you got all that goes in the bag. That's some meat that you can use. That goes in the bag. That goes in the bag. And I'm gonna tell you how satisfying it feels. It feels so good to do, especially when your hands are like really dry from like the winter heat, or because you're washing your hands an appropriate amount. You can actually feel all of the collagen and stuff enter into the nooks and crannies and just provide that feeling. My hands are always so much better off if I do this by hand. That's a little resistant. I know she's not going to eat that. The wing meat. Oh, the wing meat. That's why people like wings. I don't think people understand that. That's why they like wings, is because it's the dark meat. It's the good meat. People like the drums of the wings, drums of the chickens, because it's easier to eat. But oh my God, you want the flavor. You want the dark meat. It is a little bit more work, obviously. But, you know, you might, Chickney China, the Chinese chimpkin down here, knows where it's at. Mailman. If you can, at this stage, break apart your bones, you have a different way to cook those. But if you can't break apart the bones yet, you don't need to worry about it. Do you want a whole breast?
Sorry?
Do you want a whole breast or a half?
Just whatever fills up the bread, I guess.
Okay. Do you mind taking out the bread so I don't have to wash my hands? I know. Bag alert, bag alert. I made her soup. She wanted soup with her stomach. So do you want like this whole piece? Do you want this whole piece? Cut it in half?
No, it's this one there.
And then do you want this slice piece too?
Yeah, sure. Thanks.
You're welcome. Thanks for your patience. I'm getting mom her wing meat. these joint meats are perfect for a soup. You know how like when you drink a soup and you're like, oh yes, live inside? That's what that is. If you can break apart the bones already, they're more cooked, obviously, which means that you're going to get less nutrients on the third or fourth draw, but it also means that you're likely to get a
Do you want a piece of cheese for that?
no, not for her soup. It's soup. But it's also likely to just fall apart in that first one and be done. See, all of this stuff that you would never think about eating is stuff that you can and should eat in your stuff down the line. This is the stuff that you're paying people $40 a container to pulverize. Ooh, here's your favorite part.
Thanks.
Thank you. And obviously it's the convenience factor and everything else like that. And what you get one of those containers is probably the equivalent of 5 or 6 chickens. But if you could just do it at home, save yourself some money, especially in the times that we're having right now, why wouldn't you? Of course, you can't, stick it into your, what do you call it, your protein shakes or anything unless you're going for a meat smoothie, which I will say I did do it one time, and it was not bad. I loved it. I just don't know that that's for everyone. Okay. So now that we've let this sit and absorb a little bit of the water, she doesn't like to have water in it, so we're going to empty it out. Save the lid so we can pay the bird tax. Got that many noodles, which is 2,000% more than they should have anyway. But if you don't give it to them, you will know it. You will know it. Okay, she needs a couple of napkins. Did you end up having it? Okay. Quest for mom's purse. Quest for mom's purse. Sorry about that. Let's wash hands. Thomas, did you see the bird taxes over here? You thirsty, sweetheart? Come on. You think they should look you? You want to take a bath right now? Right here. Do you want me to put some, you want to share some electrolytes with me? She looks like she was making bone to your brain a lot. Did she hold you down, honey? Did you at least, or did you even get a chance to say no? Okay. There, out of the way. Step 2 to making a lot of this work. Buy their, or any, honestly, ground beef. The leaner it is, the more, the less extra you'll get out of it, but the more protein you get initially. But for what most people use it for, they don't want it super lean anyway because of the flavor. Because we're going to save the juice out of it for the protein and extra minerals, vitamins, etc. Break it up initially so it's not super hard to do what you gotta do. Don't cross-contaminate anything that's raw with cooked. I'm sure that you will get everyone sick. if you have birds, you can't run the fan. They have high frame rate, high resolution, low frame rate, so they can't even see that it exists. They can hear it, but they can't pinpoint it. You can teach them to see it, but that's not a lesson you want them to learn, and that's all fans. They all need to. Girl, why are you taking a bath in the electrolytes? What are you doing? You're gonna get yourself hurt. Come here. I just don't want you sitting down. Also, those weird bits that you're gonna put in the soup bag, as long as they're not bones, perfectly are kitty cat. And what you can do with those is put them on a baking sheet, parchment paper, in the same way that you would dehydrate vegetables. You can do that, but do bear in mind that because it is fatty and because it is meat, it will expire much faster. So it'll have roughly the same expiration as like regular jerky. Just make sure that you are monitoring the situation. So this breast is for anyone who wants it, because I'm not allowed to turn everything into something else. But I've also left with a kitchen full of stuff. So before we can even move forward on any of this, let's get some of this other stuff put away and gone. So let's put the bread in the bread box. Start there. Alright, is there an empty bottle in the bread box? I have so many questions about what happens here when I'm not here. I'm going to do a stream later of whether or not my birds like exotic things. We got a Kawani melon, we got the lychee, we have another kind of melon, and then I think it's also melon. Like we've got 3 types of melon, and let's get all this stuff set right away, so I'm not spending time on it later. Why you hate the microwave so badly, girl? Did you look at bird tax? Bird tax, baby, bird tax. Bird tax. Bird tax. Just come with the bird tax. These are for dog food later. These are so I can make agua fresca. I'm so excited. Ooh, that didn't even get okay. bird tax. Babies, what are you doing? You don't look. I know, it's nice and warm in there. It's nice and warm in there. That's because it's designed for make death of things. I don't want them to make death of you, just the germs, okay? Yes, is. Good girl, soulmate. Yeah. Yeah. What happened? What happened? Baby? One, two, three, four. Caroline? Caroline, baby bean, was that you? It's okay, honey. It's okay. You don't have to fear. It is not a murder stick unless it's being used for murder. I have never used it to hurt one of you, so I don't know why you hate it so badly. Well, Caroline came from a whole other situation, so that could be why. Okay. Babies, are you okay? Why are you? Hey, can we not bark at the leaves? Cindy! There's nobody out there. Nothing is moving. I can see. You can, so keep going. Go. You wanna lay down with Mom? You wanna go lay down with Mom? Baby? Yeah? That sounds kind of scary. Thank you. Why, you are welcome. You are most welcome. Should we make a smoothie, guys? Would you like a smoothie? It will have many of fruits and also oatmeal. Yeah. Where did you just sit down? Where did you have to eat? I would love you, I would love you And then Thomas is over here being good boys. But we're gonna have to go to the taxation and revenue department over here. Because I need the space to work. And you guys are not doing your job. You would be more efficient across the way where you could be cuter and bigger and more plentiful in numbers. Where if I increase your numbers, no downsizing, you will be more better. Don't you think, babies? I love you so much. And if the birds get into them, they don't get hurt, which is a huge bonus for me. They work, delicious, and I love you. I love you. Oh, Daisy's so cute with their I love you boots. Uh-oh, one of you is missing. Where did you go, my birdie bro? Like fishing. Where did you go, my birdie bro? I used to try. I've never had them. I've seen them in Walmart, but at $5 for like 3 wraps, it felt stupid to buy. So I'll spend $8 on 12 to see if I like them, and then if I don't, I'll take them back. Because you can't do that at the Wally World. Okay, we will use these for any poop accidents. Do we have any other ones that we can do that with? This will go to the dogs tonight. This will go to the me today. We had cherries. They actually look really good. Produce of USA. That's I wonder where these are grown. It says packaged in California, but it doesn't quite mean the same as the juice. This today I need to make smoothies out of. It got refrozen. Got these to try. See how they work. Dropped one in that pot. See if that does on the other one out. what happens when you don't clean up before you go to Costco. No balls? No balls for the babies? What about food for the babies? You guys want to come over here and have baby foods over here? And then you can have birdie tacks right where I can see you. Like, what if we did that? And what if you were just so sweet with those 2 feet? I could not resist but more birdie tacks. I feel like that's something possible. I feel like you would love to have of that. Looks like what we need here is some whites. And this one we can use for birdie proops. These need to go. I just pulled those out. I just pulled that one out. reason I say I was not made to be a stay-at-home just feed this chicken. I had to do laundry, pick up, and clean up. And I haven't made that big with the chicken yet. I've only been able to make people food. Where did they go? Where did they go? My birdie bro. What are you making feathers at me, yo? Birdie bro. Okay, so let's get all of this taken care of. Oh, hey, James. Are you still there? Sorry, I went to go do laundry and I just completely forgot what I was doing. I've been okay. I like the watching the sunrise video. Oh my god, right? I was so proud of him. I was so proud. He's been hiding underneath the what do you call it? The couch, and all of a sudden he just like started screaming, and then he just put his little claws in, and he just went up. So I didn't get the first part because he was under the couch and on the side. But as soon as I saw what he was doing, oh, my heart. How have you been? You know, if not that I'm trying to do this for viewership or numbers or whatever, but if you ever wanted to do it like an activity talk situation, you can always make a live link, apparently. What was that? What was that? Did we land on Maymay's stuff? This is why I've been trying to get all that stuff done and put away. Okay, let's get on. Okay. And start draining this into a bowl. Babies. Babies for all my birds. Nerdy, turdy, girdy, girds. You're gonna be my lord. It's so good. Birdie words. I love just who you are. When you are the birdie bird. Making me asking whiskies. too empty, James? I got a new cage thinking about getting a couple of parakeets. Yo, parakeets are a whole other level. Technically, you already have a parakeet. Green cheek conures are the smallest of the parrots, largest of the parakeets. So you technically you already have one. Technically. If you are so desiring of technical. But that is absolutely not a bad idea. They do really well with parakeets, honestly. They also do really well with budgies, except budgies can kind of be a little bit more in your face than green cheek conures would like. But why not? Because when they're raised together, they do really well together. I don't know if you're still here. It says I got 2, but I don't know if it's you. I'm so sorry. I can't see the other side of the thing from here. I have to check on my other phone. So I'm on the same delay that everybody else is too, unfortunately. I'm so sorry, James. If you do come back, I'll check my phone more often. I got caught up because I had in order to do all this, I had to do like laundry and all this other kind of stuff. So and then I had to make everybody lunch. I haven't even eaten yet. This is why I say I'm not built to be a stay-at-home mom. This dries off, we can start moving stuff where we can work. Okay. How do we want to do this? Because I want to. Okay. I think I know, Thomas. I know. I am the worst of mothers. And yet, you are the best of mothers. And you're not even a mother. The nurturing spirit is so strong inside of you. It is what we should all strive for in terms of nurturing. Without you, these babies would not be here. It's true and real. Okay. So you should be able to see them on that side. No, I am directly right in the way. Which, I mean, technically is kind of the point, right? If I can just stand still for just a second. If I move this way. You guys should be able to see them approximately right there. And then also move this just a little bit. see. Now you can see them. Okay. I wish I had a way to add you, James. You know what? Let me ask that question. I feel so bad because I'm never like. Leave me the info. On my post to at you with, and I will let you know when I'm getting on, so you can tell me all about our reading. Maybe I'll get a little organized. Ooh, I have that. All right. Am I walking into a trap by grabbing your babies? Man on floor snacks, where are your babies? We haven't been able to stream at night because these guys are too much on the move now. But look how big they are. They're so big now. They look full grown. For context, it's okay. It's okay. You're not in trouble, honey. It's okay. You're good. This is how big Tommy is during mating season. I don't know if you caught how relatively big that they are. Let me see. Come here, Jerry. No? Okay. You guys let me hold him next to you like this. I don't know if you were able to see, but I mean, they're not that much bigger. Now that they have all their feathers now, everything is out. They have a couple that are still not unsheathed, like on their necks, because of how many there are. They could get a little bit overwhelmed. But their bellies are done. They have a couple up here, as you can see, that are not quite long yet. So it's because they haven't been fully opened up, but that's it. They're technically in their fledgling stage. They are going to be adolescent babies for about a year. And if they're anything like their parents, they will then make more babies, which I really hope to stop. I hope to prevent. And I guess we'll see. We'll see what I can do. We'll see what we're able to do. And then hopefully we can make that aviary, and then get you guys all moved up there, and you will be my babies. Huh, babies. We hit the big and you can be all of my music. All on the tapes again. For all babies, birds and married again. And then for those of you who weren't here earlier, the reason I am saving the hamburger juice is because we make our own dog food. And so instead of cooking all that stuff out of the hamburger or rinsing it off and just throwing it away, I add it to the meat. I mean, it's already paid for it. Fiber minerals that they can use that are good for them. And if I do it early enough in advance, I can remove as much fat as I need to. So if you buy your hamburger in bulk, and you don't get the super lean stuff, you can actually get another serving of protein out of it, plus some additional vitamins and minerals. The guy that I usually go to for meat wasn't there today because sometimes he'll give me some of like a really bad hamburger that they can't sell, and because it's got all kinds of bones and gristle and stuff in it, and he doesn't give it to me, like he sells it to me, but you know, like for super cheap, and that makes really great dog food as well. Okay, we know where you guys are. You're eating your very first sweet potatoes. Look at you, so healthy, so sweet. I need to be go straight for it. Hands, right? Because our phones are our dirtiest part of our existence. Did you lose the fight to him? Did you lose your... I believe in you, baby. Here's all your foods, though. How's that? These tonkatsu, like soup boxes, like I don't know if any of you get any of those. I can't eat the tonkatsu, because of the gluten. But if you get those boxes, they are really good for containing bird nuts. They're like mobile sleeve containers, essentially. Starting to remember why I don't feel good. I didn't eat. Girl, what are you doing? Why did you record? Still too loud. Is everybody doing well today? How is everyone? Make sure I'm actually back on the live, otherwise it gets all upset. Okay. Okay, so for those who weren't here originally, um, we already did the spatula. I have a second chicken, and I'll go through that again. But we have a bag, essentially, that we're going to save all of the skin, gristle, and non-meat stuff that we don't want to use right away in, so that we can use it to make grandma's soup. You ever wonder why grandma's soup is so much better than ours? That's why. I take off anything that meets any kind of resistance. So anything that's like stringy or whatever, because that's generally speaking, not always the case, but generally speaking, um, collagen or mineral, other kind of joint stuff that. What's the matter, honey? Why are you mad? He's mad because I'm not paying attention to him. Is what it is. I keep it separate. Anything that people can use for sandwiches, and then I'm going to put into a separate container anything that could be used for soups. Like earlier, I did a tonkatsu soup for my mom because she's not feeling well, where you just put kind of like the bits and bobs that are tender and tasty, but not what you would typically want to try to shove into anything that wasn't like chicken salad. And now what I'm going to do is anything else that goes into there. But you can see kind of like how it has like the greasy type stuff. Keep everything because the fat will separate out. And if you do it like this, you will get a good 3, maybe 4 portions extra of protein. So especially if you're like on a diet, bariatric, FODMAP, anything like that, you can fit more protein into your diet without having to fit more food into your diet, which can make it like the tops of. Don't bite me. Hey, don't bite me. Give me a second. Hey, why are we doing don't bite me on top of me? We don't have to don't bite me. Okay, if we're gonna be quiet, we can be up here, okay? Yeah? Are we gonna be quiet or are we gonna be mean? Okay. They don't throw dander and stuff like other parrots, so they're, as long as they're not flinging poop, they're doing good. And they gotta want it if they're flinging. Or be on the floor and then land on your food, which you made it from the table, baby. Good job. Hold on, I gotta highlight that. Let's see if it came out. He just did his first flight yesterday. I'm so proud. He's a little bit behind, but that's okay. Anyway, okay, so getting back to the chicken. So these are the kneecaps. It's the bursa that goes in between the leg and the hip. Like, so if you ever have any hip problems, this is that gasket. It has a ton of collagen and stuff. That's the stuff that you're paying all those companies to pulverize and feed to you, which is why it's not vegan. Take off all those bottom things that when you chew them off, you're just like, why is this in my mouth? If you're a texture person. But what I also like in this process is that I get all the dark meat out. The dark meat out is the most tender, most flavorful meat. And this way also I get to pick it out for me because I am greedy like that. Just kidding. I will share it with my mom. I gave her the thigh meat earlier because she likes thighs. But all of those veins and ligaments. I couldn't think of the word. I just kind of go like this to everything, and then anything that comes off, anything that has that resistance, I just put it in the bag because I'm gonna get all those vitamins, minerals out of it later, and then I will get everything that I really enjoy in here right now. I try and separate it out as much as I can right away. That way when I go to cook it, I don't have to cook it as long. Since all the birds are up here with me, I'm going to go ahead and turn it so you guys can see them. Pull it up like this. If you can break the bones right away, it means that you'll need less processing to get everything out of it. The first time, it just means that you'll see less of it on that first draw. But if you can't break it, no worries. You're probably the average house person or person living in a house who hasn't had to do that for a living or anything like that, so don't feel bad. I just break down, like I said, whatever I can, so it takes less stuff, less processing time later. And that includes all the skin and everything else like that. The only skin that I don't put in is the stuff that I put immediately into my mouth. That is the best of the tasting stuff and the most crispy. Because why would I do anything else? Let's see, a little more juice coming out of this. We're on to the browning stage. Don't forget to brown your meat, guys. I mean, come on. It's the best season you can give yourself. And to brown it, it technically does need a little bit of fat, which is why I don't pour out all of the juice right away. And I go to fight it if more juice doesn't come out. And I'll add more back in if I need to. But browning is the best thing that you can do for your meat to make it taste like you know what you're doing. Also make sure to break up as much of that as you can. I don't know where my heat resistant cook gloves went, so I'm kind of stuck with having to smack against my pan, which is the worst thing you can do for your pans. If you have parrots or any kind of animal, including you, that has breathing problems in the house, you should be cooking with ceramic because that's non-coated. PFTE, PFOA free because that's the non-stick stuff getting aerosolized and into your lungs where it will deposit and then become anti-stick, and you don't want that for your lungs. The reason it's quite harmful for birds is because bird lungs are built differently. So you know how like dogs, they stick their heads out the window and they are unable to breathe? It's because the air is filling up their lungs too quickly for the respiratory process to take place, right? Birds are built to bypass that. They're more efficient. Air goes in, air gets processed, carbon dioxide goes out. So they can fly through the air, and that is part of their respiratory process a good chunk of the time. You don't have to worry about that switch taking over because it'll switch on, it'll switch off, it'll do whatever it is that they need to do. Dogs, humans, we don't have that ability, right? So we have to put our heads in the window. We can't spin around too much. We have to be in charge of what it is. The problem for birds is when they start getting a low amount of oxygen into their lungs, that switch turns to that maximum efficiency. And then it just completely coats their lungs, and it's it. That's it. It takes less than 5 minutes. It can be fatal within 30 seconds. So if you have an older, like a senior dog, for example, and you're cooking with non-stick stuff that has been injured, or you're using outside of the Temperature parameters, you should never do it. I would argue more than 300 degrees because there's usually almost always some kind of damage that you've done. And I think that most packaging says over 350 degrees. If you have a pan that has that information on there, you have a coated pan. That pan has non-stick coating, whether or not it's directly stated or not. And I do believe that outside of California, it is not required for them to say any of that to you. I think it's an advertisement thing to let you know what you're getting. But it's kind of like the situation where, they don't have to tell you what the pan is made out of unless it's dangerous, right? Like, you don't know what they use to make teddy bears, you just know what's inside of it. Because the polyfiberfill could be dangerous for you. Or it can be dangerous if ingested, right? Because if it gets opened up and you're a small child investigating the world for the first time, you might stick it inside of you and it's going to have a different effect than if you ate cotton, let's say. So all of that stuff is revealed to you, but you don't know what's on the outside. Same thing with pans. They don't necessarily have to let you know what's up unless it is a danger. And right now, any of that stuff is not considered necessarily a danger unless it's being used improperly, which is why they have to put the information on the inside what the parameters are for use of the product. Oh no. Oh no, where did your baby go? I heard flutter, flutter, go, go down. Oh, the neck, man, the neck. Any animal, the neck. Oh, you can put just this chicken neck alone, and you could probably make like 2 or 3 bowls of soup just out of the flavor. Okay, baby. I heard flutter, flutter, fall down. Where are we at? Where are we at? My little rat. Hey, where are you? Baby? My baby loves. Where are you? Baby love. Where are you? I hear you, but I can't see you. Are you behind the refrigerator? This is another reason I say that parrots are permanent toddlers. Permanent. Come on, honey. Come on, baby. I can't reach you. I need you to come out on your own. Pretty. Come on, baby. My hand is too short. My head is too fat even to reach. Where are you? Baby, where are you? Come here. Oh, okay. Let's turn the camera on for where you're at. Baby, come here. Come here, baby. Baby, come on. Come on, baby. It's just me. It's just Bobo. Baby, come on. Jerry, can I get you to go there? Can I go get you to go get the babies? Hey, hey, hey. It's okay. I just need you to show them. I need you to show them how to come out. Okay. There. Show them how to come out. Show them how to come out, honey. Come on, baby.
you, even with my footsies. Baby, come on. See, you hear everybody over here. Okay. This is gonna turn into an unfortunate situation if you refuse to come out. Are you going in for him? It's okay. Jerry, are you gonna go get him? You gonna go get the baby? Can you tell the baby to come out? Because if you don't tell the baby to come out, I'm gonna have to do something that none of you are gonna like. And I haven't even been allowed to eat lunch yet. I can't move this refrigerator. Okay, well, I need you to go back there and get them, or I need you to let me do what I gotta do. Okay, well. You going? I love you. I know. You spent how many years in this house and you had no idea any of this was here? Well, maybe. Oh God, where did you go? Baby, where did you go? Spend my day doing. I'll pull this out so you guys can see what I'm doing, and I'm so sorry for the delay. This is such a dangerous thing too, because they get underneath and you're rocking it back and forth. You just squash them. This is the risk you take when you get beach dwellers, though. Wait to see how gross it is back there, too. One, two, three. Baby, don't eat that. Whatever that is, please don't eat that. Oh, are you okay? Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Are you okay? Baby, come here. Come here, let me see you. Let me see you. It's okay. Are we okay? Does this hurt? Does this hurt? hurt? Are we okay? I think you fell through the bars. I think you fell through the bars. How about we don't go back there no more, huh? What if we go into the little nestle area that we made just for you? And you did that instead. Yeah? Oh, you're so dirty. Okay, so that was gross. He's okay, but now we need to clean that. So we're gonna finish chicken. Finish chicken, clean refrigerator. Continue on the quest to get this place decent. Are you talking about bath right now? And then of course, the family says, let's take a bocha. So let me do birdie bath real quick. Just in case you fall down or the babies fall down, let's get this cleaned up. That way everyone is nice and everything I touch, you guys are nice and clean. Which is perfect because I haven't put away any dishes yet and we won't get any water spots on them.
Oh, I need to go stir the jam burger real quick. The stuffed chest too. This is pocho done. Just brown a little, but we're going to use it off. Work that one. Okay. Oh, oh. All right. Let's go take a butcher butcher. You ready for the butcher to butch? Butcher to butcher to butch, 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 butcher to butcher to butch. You are just on my touch. This is the butch. Sandy, you don't want butcher butcher no more? I did take too long. That is fair. To get everything off because it goes underneath their feathers. Oh, got it. You can actually see what we're doing for the babies. Okay, what does that look like? Okay. Oh, honey! Hi, babies! Are you ready for butcher butcher? My. Look at you. Okay, ready? Go ahead. So that little soap, hold on. So that little soap. You jump down, honey, please don't be scared. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay, honey. It's okay. You're good, baby. I just thought you were Jerry, so I did act a little different. No, you don't go in those. You don't go in those. Hey, Jerry, you want to show him how to butcher butcher? Can you show him how to butcher butcher? Go ahead. You asked, you requested this. Good baby. Good girl. Is that the good temperature? Is that good? Is it too fast? Are you wanting to eat the bubbles? Just testing it out. What are you doing? Don't walk about. Walk about. Okay, splashes. Okay, not fast enough. Is that better? Flappity flap, good boys. Flappity flap, good girls. Flappity flap, you are good babies. Flappity flap, yeah, good baby. You guys are looking, is it too fast? Is it too fast? Slow down. That better? Good boy, Flappy Flap. Oh, snuggle buggles. Snuggle buggles. Yeah. Showers? Let's be faster. Okay. Dumpty dunk, good babies. Flappy flap, flappy flap. Shower flaps, good babies. Dumpty, flappy flap. Let's fly like that. Flappy flap, good babies. Flappity flap. Snuggle bubble. Snuggle flaps. Good evening. You want to show babies how to do it? Flappity flap. Good evening. Flappity walk. Dumpty dunk. Flappity flap. Get flappity flap. Shake, shake, shake. Flappity flap. What's going on back there? What's going on? Flappity flap. Flappity flap. Flappity flap. Oh, you my babies. Flappity flap. Snuggle buggle. Okay, let's see if we can get the adventurer to take a shower. Because somebody went behind the refrigerator. It smells just like it. You're making... You smell weird. Why do you smell weird? Hey, what's going on? Why does he smell weird? Would you like a shower? Would you like a bunch of butchers? You don't want a bunch of butchers? You might want to give it a shot? Oh, does that feel good on your feet? Nice and warm. No, not right now? Okay, we'll try again later. So you need to take a bath before you go to bed. Are you all finished, Tommy? Are you all finished, Jerry? Yeah. Okay. All finished with the bochity boch. Get all the splash zone off of me. All right. That part is done, so we'll take care of that next. This part in. Actually, let's not plug it in so we can do that together. Do that at the same time. For those of you who weren't here earlier, we drained out the juice from the hamburger because we make our own dog food, and so we keep it. What we do is we skim off the fat and we keep all of the other stuff. And what we're going to do now we have to wash these because my niece loves to get in the cabinets, so you don't ever know what's clean or not. Power wash for the rescue, let me tell you. Do you want your post-bocha treat? What would you like for your post-bocha treat to be? What can I get for you? Would you like a cheese ball? Ooh. Ooh. Okay, so now what we're going to do, just like we're going to do with the chicken juice, is we're going to keep the juice to the side. We're going to let this stuff cool.
take off any other juices or anything else. Put them in this bowl. Always brown your meat, guys. Always brown your meat. It's the best part. You don't even need seasoning. I mean, you should put other seasonings, but if you had to enjoy just the quote just the taste of meat, that's what you're enjoying is brown meat. Dark meat on the chicken, poultry, anything like that. Anywhere you have the dark meat is next to the bone. And that's always the best meat, and that makes no difference if it's non-poultry meat. Just brown the meat. Tastes better by miles. But especially when you are cooking with raw meats, don't forget to go between the fingers, entre los dedos, underneath the fingernails, bajarse de los fingernails, because that's where most of the cross-contamination occurs. Alright, let's get back to the chicken while this cools down. And I always use, what do you call, stainless steel because it's inert. You don't want to go straight to plastic bags because it could melt the plastic and get all the microplastics inside of you. So, be smart, guys. Alright, let's get this chicken show on the road. Time to finish raw dogging this chicken. Unfortunately, now that the chicken is not warm anymore, you get a lot more grease on your fingers, which can be a lot more grease inside of your final product, which is fine if you're okay with that. I'm not, I hate it. But it also makes it a little bit more difficult to take off the parts, or because you get a lot of parts that are kind of greasy anyway. But just look at all of this meat and everything that you give up by just throwing away the carcass. You might as well keep it. When they talk about chicken byproduct view, this is what they're talking about. That's why I don't believe it when they talk about how bad. You're right, honey. I forgot to give you your post-Costco. My love. We got a new poster. Oh, it's got avocado oil. You can't eat that. Okay. How about poppity corn? We haven't had this in a year or more. Okay, here. I'm gonna put a couple of cheese and a couple of caramel. Okay. Cheese and caramel, whichever you like. Which would you like? I had a suspicion. I'm gonna put them all in there. Okay, put them all in there. That way the babies won't steal from you. Why don't you guys go in here after your adventure? Okay. And because you had your adventure and you take your bath, I'm gonna have to forcibly bathe you if you choose not to, bro. These are my birds. These are my birds. And I still haven't eaten lunch, you guys.
So I'm gonna eat some of these cheese balls. Oh, I just did that backwards. And you can tell it's dark meat because it just comes apart beautifully. And I think I forgot to... Did I change the camera right? Like that so you can see the parrots. Yeah, it wasn't what I wanted. It wasn't worth it. Ominous. Ominous. I need to move you because you're over. You're in the splash zone, bro. Thank you. You can go on the other one. Yeah. It's funny, I remember like a trend like last year talking about how, oh, you know how like you know you've made it when you don't have to do X anymore. I'm like, I've never been able to be out of poverty long enough to ever be comfortable not doing the things that help keep you afloat. Like anytime that we get like a little extra money or something, I feel guilty about spending it on something else. It's like like something that deeply touches my heart, like Lilo and Stitch stuff. But for the most part, like it just feels wrong to do things that like at scale bring you reciprocal savings, right? So if you've been watching since the beginning, you've seen how much meat I've taken off. I've already done. I've only done one side of the chicken so far, and I have this much parts as parts. I've done technically 3 sandwiches worth, which he fed mostly to the dogs because he uses it as a front cover for his drinking. I have this half the chicken left. I have this chicken out of parts as parts. Probably twice that dark meat stuff that I put into a soup, and then I have another half a breast that hasn't been touched. So there's a lot of chicken in one chicken. It is still a very lean. It is a lean protein. It is a cheap protein. It's a cheap protein only if you know how to use it. And like I said, all of this stuff that you just didn't realize was there that can be used for different purposes is the reason that you can, help keep yourself afloat. It's also the difference between like your soup and grandma's soup. Grandma's soup rocked because of stuff like this. It was all of this part stuff, especially using the neck. Oh my god! If you are cooking an animal, and I realize that there are a lot of vegans out there, vegetarians, people who can't eat meat for health reasons, which may change now that there's that tick going around biting people, making them literally allergic to red meat. Um, and this doesn't apply to you, but if this does apply to you, and this is something you can do it religiously or otherwise, you know, this is one of the ways that you're going to be able to help keep yourself and your families afloat. And I say that because, like, if you're a millennial, this is the fourth economic downturn that we've had in less than 40 years. We've our grandparents did come out. Our parents are the kids they had after the Great Depression. Our grandparents are the ones that were during the Great Depression and survived, obviously, or they would not have. We wouldn't be here, right? But they came from very economic situations like us now. The difference is that the economic conditions that they had was that there was still a very big market for expansion, and we don't have that now. Corporations own almost everything that there is to own in terms of anything that can be owed. That's a big reason why they want to open up national parks, is because that's the last place that they can get away with like strip mining and everything else like that, as if they're not already doing it. Which is just going to make land non-arable, which means that things can never be grown on there. They can't be decontaminated to be usable for anything other than living on, if you can live on it in a very specific way. Otherwise, it has to become industrialized property, which can include apartment buildings if the apartment buildings are built in a specific way to specific codes. I know that people hate hearing the word codes, regulations, this, that, and the other thing, but the reason that those codes are there are because of all the people that have been poisoned and hurt by those lack of codes. We still have places in operation today, which are currently being having to sue because their programs are being canceled. For their decontamination projects are being canceled because DEI is apparently racist, and anybody who thinks that doesn't know how DEI works. They don't know what DEIA stands for. They don't even know that Elon Musk himself qualifies for every portion of that list if his autism is true. That where people are growing up in lead and polonium and all, like, in some cases radioactive I hate to keep using the word contamination, but contamination, radioactively contaminated areas to grow up and play in, because getting to a park is, miles away. And if, you could get to a park and get back and have all the energy, you probably didn't go to school that day. And if you didn't go to school that day, there's a high likelihood, if you are living in this area, you did not eat, which is another reason that they're trying to cancel school lunches in these areas. School lunches I know everybody is like, oh my god, everything is so calorically dense, it's so unhealthy and it's not good for our kids and this and that. Okay, well, you feed better to prisoners, first of all. They get at least they get fruits and veggies on their plates. Oh, look, I got the heart, baby. I got you the heart. It's your favorite part. I'm gonna save it down here, okay? That is literally her favorite part, is the heart of the chicken. you know, they get more nutritionally valid lunches because of, or meals because of thoughts like that. And because those thoughts are out there, we, they often get moldy bread, slop, and everything else like that because it's cheaper and it's privatized and everything else. But because it's cheaper and it's privatized and everything else, there's no incentive for it to be, for it to serve the purpose of what it is. Everybody thinks that the purpose of school lunches is just to get the kids some quick energy, get them back in the classroom, get on with their day. We spend less time in school these days because the thought is that we need to make school more like a business. And the reason that we think that is because school was originally designed to help kids get used to what business is, to get them used to the industrialized workday. Industrialized workday destroyed what originally was our sleep patterns, because we used to get up before dawn, get up, go do what we had to do, come back before dark, usually eat. Luncheon was our largest meal of the day, and it was at night. We would eat our, like an intermittent fasting situation. We would eat that after our workday was finished, typically with our family or others, and it didn't look anything like we did now. It was, you know, peas porridge hot, peas porridge cold, peas porridge in the pot, 13 days old. And then we'd go to sleep because, you know, for the first time we've had the ability to rest and relax, and we've been, you know, working since before dawn. And once the industrialized, and then we would wake up, we'd have sex, we would prepare for the next day, we would socialize with everyone if we needed to, wanted to, whatever. If we had anybody over, this is the time that we would start, you know, engaging with them. You know, that's just how it was. You know, we got upset with babies and everything for not meeting us where we're at, but, you know, they're on the original sleep cycle. We are not. The industrialized workday, it was too expensive to keep workhouses lit all day and all night, for people to come and go as was proper for their sleeping patterns and etc. So, and to have to pay overseers and everything else. So, well, if we were only going to get 8 hours, 8, 12, 15 hours out of them anyway, why not just condense those all in one stretch so we're not having to pay anything extra, and then send them on their merry way, and anything else that happens, that's their problem, right? Because human resource departments, people who understood that humans were resources and how to manage those resources, could always find more people who were in extreme poverty, who were going to be ready, willing, and at least somewhat able to come through that door and do what they had to do, get the work done that the business needed to get done until they too were too exhausted, and then they got on. Right, but at that time, if you worked a full-time job, you got a full-time wage, and you were able to afford a full-time life. You could afford a family, you could afford to feed that family all day, every day, the entire year. You could have the lights on at your house, whether that was by electricity or by candle, was dependent on your type of job, right? Obviously, because that depended on your work. And if you did not have, you know, a higher job, then you did not have electricity until the tenements and everything were forcibly upgraded for war-related reasons, believe it or not. It had nothing to do with people moving up in the world. This actually had more to do with having to be our military readiness. Because even though we have the Third Amendment against the government being able to just have quarters in your house against your will without notice and all this blah 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 blah, at the time, you know, especially during World War II, there's a lot of fear mongering that, you know, all the spies are coming, this, that, and the other thing, and we can't if we can't be ready, or we have to be in the house of blah, blah. It was a bunch of BS. But after the war was done, it was because we needed workers out there doing status things that were all reimbursed or otherwise funded by government. And for all the reasons that people are trying to cancel all these grants and everything else today. And it brought us out of the Great Depression. And I realize this is a very roundabout way to get to where I'm going. But when we have canceled government spending at any stage of the economy, when we have an economy that has always depended on the government bailing us out, the depression never ends. The monotony never ends. The ability for the economy to recover never ends, or never is possible. And that's because the biggest spender in every economy, in every nation, is the government. And economists know that, which is why economists will tell you that anytime we curtail government spending, we are looking for a plunge. That's why we had the plunge after the entitlement expansions ended, after the COVID expansions were put into place. Remember all those stimmy checks that let people get their diddlos off of Amazon? Those were paid for by government dollars. Stimmy checks didn't come from taxes being paid because tax revenue fell horrendously in a time where there was no economic growth, when businesses were folding up and clapping up and closing business. And any business that closed during the pandemic already was on its way to failure. It was not the pandemic that did it. The pandemic was just the final nail in the coffin. Because during this time, basically anybody from song and dance could get a business loan, especially from a new business, because they were just trying to find any way to stimulate the economy. The problem is that a lot of those grants and everything were taken up by largely established businesses to be dispersed down the line in a privatized way, which again leads no incentive to do what the purpose was to be done. And any time that we're in that situation, the things that we need to happen don't get done. See, I have all of this stuff and I still have my final brush to go. Okay, but we gotta get this stuff. What's the matter, honey? Don't bite me. Baby, what's wrong? Baby, come back. Any grand ever could be. Always you do. And I just won't think about it. Baby, fly back. You can be all for me, and I will feed you, 'cause I will always be for you. I cooked a lot of the juice in when I shouldn't have. So all of those grants and everything that, you know, you could get for a song and a dance, well, you weren't singing or dancing to the right tune, and those disproportionate impact again occurred against people who systemically and pervasively, and well, systemically includes legally, have always been railed against. And so when you have large corporations privatized to ensure that the least amount of those benefits reach the most amount of people, United Healthcare, when those government ends are not reached to help people, the majority of people, if nothing else, you end up in a situation where nobody gets what they need because all of those dollars are flying out the window. Now, everybody gets all mad about what's called migrant dollars. Migrant dollars are when a migrant, whether legal, illegal, documented, undocumented, permanent resident, citizen, whatever, or naturalized, whatever, they're just not from here originally, which covers a very large spectrum of people, right? As you just heard me explain. Send money, quote, back home to their families. Okay. We do that all the time when you are a citizen, right? You get money that goes back and forth to between New York and Idaho, between Texas and Mississippi, right? Your kid moves, you send them a lot of money. What people are upset about is that somehow that this does not create a situation or it doesn't benefit our local economy. And I promise this will all go back to how millennials were never meant to succeed. I promise all of this will loop back in there. But the whole point of migration and the whole point of, particularly MAGA complaining about illegal migration is that, they're coming here and they're using up all our money and they're taking it back home and sending it. Okay. If they're sending the money back, they have the money to send it to. Someone is receiving that money, right? That person isn't coming here then. If there's always somebody for it to be sent to, that means that's somebody that's always not here. That they're improving the economic outlook of someone who just needed a little bit of help to make things better where they were at. Imagine a situation like that. Instead of having your kid move back home, you send them $1,000 to get their rent back up to date, or you pay their light bill or something, right? You improve their circumstances by a small amount, and you destroy your local economy, right? Because that's what you're doing under the same theories. You destroy your local economy in favor of someone else's economy, and this includes even if you're in the same city. Because if you are taking money out of your tax district and you are enriching another tax district, guess what? It has left your tax district and made the other one better. That increases the cost of living where someone else is and decreases the cost of living where you are. It equalizes things, and then people get real mad, right? Because gentrification, while it's in theory good for people like you and I, it ends up being bad for the people who get left behind, right? That, I would argue, is the actual danger of migrant dollars if it is truly on a large scale. But you're never going to convince me that we've had so much migrant dollar spending in the world that everybody might as well just be here because they can achieve the same cost of living as they do here. Because if that were true, these people would be coming in not only documented, not only the legal way, but if the people sending them the money ever chose to them to stop, they would be your corporate overlords, because that would mean that they are making roughly twice the amount of money you or I are making in the same jobs or in quote unquote lower positions. But what about taxes? What about this? Well, if they're actually stealing social security numbers like everybody is saying, they're paying taxes because the IRS is coming after anybody who previously paid taxes and then has not paid taxes, or turned 18 over, a certain period of time and magically no taxes, or an employer has reported that they paid you money and you have not paid taxes. The IRS is the one that's overlooking all that. That's why a lot of these corporations don't really want to have to deal with the IRS. It's because they're the ones keeping track of how all of this is being spent and out and gone and everything. But going back to millennials and why this fourth economic downturn that we are currently living through is never going to make us comfortable enough to leave those bubbles that keep us afloat, and be very mindful that it keeps us afloat. It does not make us it doesn't pay off our student loans. It doesn't get us housing. It doesn't pay for our avocado toast, which we make at home already anyway because we've always had to make it at home. You think we had avocado toast money in 2008 when we were supposed to be buying our first houses and the housing bubble burst? Do you think that we had avocado toast money in 2012 when the next economic downturn happened with cars? Do you think that every time there's been a stimmy check, there has been an major economic downturn to the point that the government had to step in with its full government name? When do you think we had avocado toast money? Because it wasn't then. And it's not now. Some of us made it, yeah. If you're in the right place, right time, right situation, you got enough, your parents had enough in the bank to help you, your boss had enough faith in you, had enough money to keep you employed. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Some of us made it. But there's a reason you don't see many millennials on those lists of aging old white dudes and aging old white women that predominantly still serve as the millionaire and billionaire class. A lot of the women on the billionaire list, millionaire and billionaire list, were past tense, married into that class, and they had to get it through the very process through which they are arguing against now. Divorce. The woman who started Lowe's to spite the Home Depot man is where she is because of divorce after she found out that her husband was cheating, and her goal in life was to ensure that there was a Lowe's near or across the street from every Home Depot in the world. And every dollar that she has made has been from that. And ever since, she has been trying to pull up that ladder behind herself. You have people in the boomer class with the boomer mindset that do not want us to succeed, and that's fine. But admit that that's what it is. I can respect you for having a salient opinion, misinformed as it is, or informed and still pitiless, still jerkful, still mean. Even if I don't respect your position. But what I can't respect is when people are willfully misinformed, willfully ignorant, willfully blind to the situations that they are creating, and then upset that we are upset that those positions are willfully ignorant, willfully mean, willfully blinded, just so you can justify eking by your own existence, by the terms of your own words. You are lazy. You did not do what you were supposed to do. You are the reason that the economy is in shambles. You came before us. You set all of this up. How are we supposed to fix something using a process that you used and was not successful for you? You destroy families and opportunities by convincing people to move elsewhere. All throughout
the 50s, the 60s, the 70s, the 80s, the 90s, and the double O's, even after the housing crisis, leading up to and during the housing crisis, in order to make sure to stimulate the economy, you convinced people to give up everything, sell everything they had, and move elsewhere for an economic opportunity that you knew they at best had a 50-50 shot with. So that when they folded up and they had to go through bankruptcy, which by the way is not a free start, the reason that so many bankruptcies take so long is because not only do they have to do a look back period on what you sold and to whom on every major asset that you have, they also have to receive payments from you on a regular schedule for a set period of time in order for you to pay off a settlement amount with the people that you owe money to through a trustee, so that they can agree you are too broke for too long for it to work out. And the amount that money is gets lower and lower and lower and lower every year because the people who are declaring bankruptcy have less and less and less money. Unless they belong to a corporation that just so happened to, have a father that could lend him $1 million every year for as many years as he wanted. In years where $1 million was enough to retire on, which it has not been since 2008, by the way. You are a part of the class that can declare bankruptcy over as little as a $2,000 debt, because you are not in an economic position to ever be so gainfully employed as to pay off $2,000 in a reasonable amount of time. And that reasonable amount of time is 10 years, guys. 10 years. I don't think people understand what it means for the ladder to have been brought up. It affects every single part of our society. Oh my God, these are so good. Okay, I'm taking some of these out. Make sure if you are doing what I just did, that the pickles are the only thing that touch your mouth, because if you put it back in here, it's not the calm yeast that's going to get you, it's going to be the botulism. Oh my God. These are not hot at all, so I am going to help with that. Here we go. Here we go. One more time. Everybody's here. Here we go. Here we go. And I don't say all of this to excuse like my own situation. I mean, there are different avenues I could have taken. There are different paths I could have taken. Do I want to do this and just well, not going to do it. I'm not going to do it because I like the flavor. This could upset the balance of that flavor. As much as I like the flavor of cherry, as much as I like spice. I don't say that to excuse my own situation. I don't do that to excuse the situation of anyone else. But when I can work over 100 hours a week for 6 years and not be able to pay off a third of my debt in a professional degree, because the amount of interest on that debt accumulating keeps raising higher and higher because Congress doesn't think that we're paying back enough on these debts. When our predecessors paid 1% or less, there was a time when student loans
were free. They smell odd. What are they? Bamboo fiber. Ten to 15 seconds warm. Bamboo, I do know, always has to be warm to be used. So we're gonna listen. We're gonna raw dog the wrap. Are you eating my protein, sir? Okay, so for one $6 chicken, I got 2 of these, 1 of these, 2 of these, 1 of these, all of this to cook into something else, a lot of which is meat, that just, it takes too long to process, but it will come out in the soup and be the best thing I've ever tasted. I overcooked this wrap, that's on me. Let me go see what these dogs are up to. The cat They live here, guys. Jesus Christ. Oh, we needed soup. Alright. I'm going to take some of my bird's sweet potato to do this as well. I would love to talk about this with somebody instead of speaking it into the void. I watch, read, and do all of this research all day, every day. I'm doing my own research. And what's insane to me is when I do my own research, even the stuff that this, not the stuff that like in favor of what I'm saying is using the same sources, which is wild to me. That you get different answers looking at the exact same information, which is again a willful blindness, not wanting to. That's not wanting to see what's going on. It just, that's the truth of that. You can't look at the same set of facts, interpret them differently, and then call them facts. That's an interpretation. A fact is a fact. The sky is blue. You don't say the sky is blue because God willed it. You say the sky is blue because the refraction from the ocean creates a prismatic path, and that reflects back off of the ozone layer that we're actively trying to destroy, and then it comes back to us. We have the proper cones in our eyes to be able to see it. There's all of these points that all of those things have to be true in order for the sky to be blue. Because if we didn't have the right cones in our eyes, we'd be like cats and dogs. Shit's great. go find the birds. Everybody's too quiet.
Okay. You guys trying to get into the taxis? Alright, let's do the rest of this chicken. Chickeny China, the Chinese chicken. You are a drumstick thing, but your brain is looking.
I'm not gonna lie, those wraps are pretty slapping.
Just waiting on this to brown so we can finish that.
I wish James would come back and talk about his babies. Sweet potato in a wrap is so underrated. After Greg died, it was really hard for me to eat chicken. So the drunk kept calling him chicken. I couldn't help but feel that was part of it. Greg recently passed. We're at the anniversary for his death recently. His death is always going to feel too recent for me. He was my soulmate. I loved him more than I will ever be able to love myself. Which is not like a hard bar, but you know. Okay, let's start again. Let's not think about that, because otherwise, Alright. Spatchcock the chicken. Spatchcock the chicken. Okay, spatchcock the chicken. In the midline. You can see where the midline is, right? It should be lined up. It usually is, not always though. Kind of want to go in towards the front, but not all the way in the front. Straight down. And I usually go to the back, come back, turn it around to the front. Because I don't have the strength to do it both ways. And then boom. But it will destroy the wishbone. I should have mentioned that first. take off all of this. And this is part of what you're going to be saving in your soup bag. Because this is where all that flavor is from rotisserie. Not just from the spices, but all that beautiful, beautiful brown flavor. If you do not brown your fat, if you do not brown your meat, you are not cooking it correctly. Period. And if you are saving any part of the...
What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? Thomas. Where's Thomas? Woo! Woo! Tommy. Woo! 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 Show me. Show me, honey. Show me. What's going on? Woo! What's happening? Is baby's okay? Baby's right here, honey. You're okay. Did you see the babies over here? They're right there. I didn't do nothing. They're right there. And they're all yours. They're not mine. They're your babies. What'd you tell me? Okay. As I was saying, if you are not browning your chicken, your meat, your fats, you're not doing it right. That's most of what people are missing when they are trying to figure out what's missing. It's usually browning. That is where our primal forebears knew that the meat was done. And it was just etched into the ideology of our brain, into our instincts, that that's what we desire to have. I genuinely believe that. That's why I don't think the people who eat raw meat actually enjoy what they're eating, unless it's actually super fresh, because I think that you can taste the difference between fresh and not fresh raw meat, just even when you inhale. And try it next time, whenever you are cooking. Open your mouth and inhale by the mouth. And I mean, it's nuts. You can taste it. You can taste that meat being raw, and you can tell from that taste whether or not it's something you should be eating. Okay, so we're going to take out that first bone. And then there's the meat that we can salvage for our soups or whatever. If you are a casual ramen eater, or if you're a serious ramen eater, any meat near the bone is the bone that you actually want in your food. If you do like the Progresso soups or whatever, and you just always want a little bit more protein or something like that, this is the meat that you want as well. Take apart all the ligaments and everything as best as you can when you're putting it in. It just makes it easier for later when you have to, oh, there's the wishbone. When you have to process it for whatever you're going to do next. The next thing that I process it for is going to be a human soup. And then after that will be for dog food.
but I will get at least 2 uses out of those carcasses. That will add a ton of protein and flavor to whatever I'm going to do next. And once it's processed into dog food, it will have a lot of bioavailable calcium, magnesium, and all that stuff, because I'm going to make sure that the bones make it in as well. But you can see all the tiny little bones and stuff that are coming out and off. And then you know, like when you eat something and you're like, what the heck is that? And you get that weird slime. That's the fascia usually. And it's kind of tough. It does have a flavor, but it's a type of protein that is not necessarily delightful to eat. So I end up usually putting it into the soups and stuff because it does make the broth and everything feel better, in my opinion. You can feel in the broth with the amount of protein something has. And if you want to keep this out for like ramen and stuff, it's good for that. But like, if it's gonna fight you this much, you probably don't want it in something that you're gonna notice. If you're having this much trouble getting it apart now, imagine later. So just put it somewhere where you're gonna cook it down a little bit more and it'll come apart and do what you want it to do there. Unless you want to spend the time. Sometimes it's the principle of the matter, right? Okay, it's starting to brown. I can smell it. And then when you hold it together and you can see all of these lines and everything like that, that's all the stuff you're going to stick in your bag. Hi, DP. Hi, DP. I noticed you were here. I noticed. Hi, baby. What's the matter, honey? See all that gristle and stuff? Stick it in the bag. That's fascia. And honestly, I've gotten to a point that because I do get multiple uses out of my meat, I don't mind cutting off a little bit of and losing it from the meat that I'm going to eat, simply because I know it's not going to waste. It'd be one thing if I was cutting it off and just tossing it out, but I know it's not going to waste. So if you're going to just do a chicken breast at, like, just to serve it, you would see this part, but you wouldn't see that this part is usually taken out. And that's because of the fascia line. Unless you're doing a stuffed chicken breast, in which case you would not take off the stuff that I did, and you wouldn't have, when it's already cooked, right? And most people are not going to notice at that point that all that stuff is on here. They're going to assume that whatever is going on is because of the stuffing or whatever. But you basically get a second chicken breast out of it if you just separate it out, and you can kind of get like 4 chicken breasts out of it without people knowing. That's one way to save money, especially if you're hosting a dinner party or something. It is all breast meat, technically. But this inner stuff is the stuff that actually people like when they're talking about, oh, how juicy, how moist, and everything like that. You can kind of see how juicy and moist and pull party it can be, which is kind of why people like rotisserie to begin with, because this is the part that's kind of hard to mess up. But that being said, you can see all of that fascia line and stuff, and if you're a person like me who has a lot of texture issues and everything, I end up putting that in the soup pile. I just pull it apart, and I can either put it in soup, I can put it in chicken salad, or something where or something I know that I'm going to either have to cook it more or masticate it more. Let's see if I can do this in one satisfying go. Ooh, yes. Okay. And that's all of that stuff that I was fighting with earlier. And then, so that's extra protein that I'll be able to get unless Jerry wants it now. You want it now? There. Jerry really likes fascia. She also really, really likes joints. I know right away if I haven't done my meat right because she will be on it. On it. And DP, sounds like you're learning. Learning how to be a pain in the butt. You can see how once you get into the quote-unquote regular breast meat, how it's different than this breast meat. So that's why rotisserie chicken meat, when you buy it in the store, is so much more expensive. Because to get it all to look like this is a little bit difficult. You got to cook it in a different way, or you have to just take it off of a ton of chickens. Yeah, babies. It's turning brown, but it's refusing to brown. Are you drinking from the glass, my babies? Oh, my good boys. I'm gonna go first. You don't know if you're a boy yet. You need me to move everything so you can make popcorn?
I just said that would be fine.
My babies. No. This is not bad for baby. That's not bad for it. That is not bad for it. have to. If you're not browning your meat, you're not browning your meat. You're not getting anything out of that poor beast that it lost its life for. Why, thank you. Do you want the fascia on this one? It's from the deep darks where you like it. The best meat. The best meat is the dark meat. Fight me. People who are... I agree that if you cook a chicken very well and properly, and you do all the turning and the twisting and everything like that, and you line the temperature, blah, 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 I agree that you will have phenomenal breast meat on a well-cooked chicken. But I would also argue that the best cooked chickens ruin the dark meat. Because the dark meat on... So like this comes right off the bone, right? All of this stuff would technically be considered dark meat because it comes straight off the bone. Even though it would go in the white meat section on the color scale. However, it is a much more flavorful meat because it has all of the drippings from all of the meat around it, all the organs and everything else when you don't do organ meat. I mean, I think that's another reason that wild meat always tastes better is because a lot of people don't go through the same process of cleansing meat as we would in the industrial platform. I mean, obviously they take out the intestines. A lot of them will not take out all of the blood, so you get a lot of very iron rich, very how do you call it? I almost want to call it a blood braised situation, but it's a lot different. It's just a lot different. I know you're gonna like that piece right there. Carolina's going to town. She knows what's up. Oh my God. Go! Go! People be out here thinking I'm wearing a dog fighting ring. I swear to God. Let's save that clip to show my parents later. Because I am quote unquote crazy for believing that this goes on. I was not feeding them anything. The bird was not feeding them anything. The babies are in my hair. Jerry's right here. Tommy is elsewhere. So they're fighting over the potential that something might fall right up against me. And for some reason, that's not a dangerous situation for any of them. We have 3 Asian senior dogs, and I would argue that the one that started the fight today is the real alpha of the pack because 1, she can see, 2, she can ambulate reliably, and 3, she's allowed to go after anybody with impunity. The one that my mom would argue is the alpha, Cindy, can't see. She can't protect herself. If we don't intervene, then it'd be what it be. And my heart breaks to say that because in older days, she absolutely ruled the roost. just because we have determined that she should be the top of the pecking order because she is the older one, because she was the strong one, doesn't mean anything anymore. It just doesn't. Not in a world where she can't protect herself, she can't see, she doesn't know where she's going, she's walking into walls. My heart breaks for her because this world cannot be enjoyable for her anymore. Except for when she's with my mom and she recognizes that she's with my mom and she recognizes that my mom is there and she recognizes, I mean, there's a lot of things that she has to, and I understand that with my mom and recognize my mom is there sounds like a distinction without difference, but it's absolutely different because with my mom means that she thinks that she has that protection, and that my mom is there means that she doesn't think that my mom is sleeping or something. Like she, and I realize again that sounds like a distinction without a difference. You know that she, you know, has my mom's protection, but you know she can have my mom's protection and my mom be basically half asleep. But if she thinks that my mom is not there, even though she recognizes that my mom is present, she acts very differently because she very much is a smart enough dog to understand when she's a smart enough dog to understand the difference, which you know is a whole other situation going on because she used to be a brilliant dog, not so much anymore. Her mind is going. She's got the dementia, and unfortunately that results in her kind of misunderstanding concepts that makes it harder for her to read cues, read situations, know who's in the room. She gets a lot of seizures, and the seizures cause damage to her brain every time that they occur, so we have to do a lot to keep her, I don't know if you've ever been on the stream where I've had to do her medication, which takes 7 different medications, mostly to control her body so that she doesn't seize too many, like to keep her inflammation down, to keep her heart from doing whatever, because when her other stuff is out of spec, she starts seizing. It just is what it is, how it is. And I care for this dog. I would not say I love this dog. I will miss this dog when she is gone. And maybe it's just the autism. But I don't know that I love this dog. The only time this dog cares for me is during the seizure, and I think it's because I've cared for so many animals that have had seizures when I had dog sitting as my business that like I knew how to help her, but I also disagree with when we should be giving additional medication and everything else like that, because in my humble opinion, knowing that every time she gets a seizure that causes brain damage, and knowing that having 2 seizures could be the death knell of it, and I say that because it can stop all heart functioning and everything else. You know, it could be it, and you know, maybe that's what we're aiming for. I don't know. Which piece do you like better? Do you like that one better because it's easier to hold, or do you like this one better because it tastes better? Oh, you put it in my shirt, bro. Okay, hold on. Let me get these parrots off. All I can hear is tweet, tweet, tweet in my brain, and it's freaking me out. chicken. Good bird. Good babies. Good babies. That's exactly it. Take it. Show it who's boss. Good babies. Good babies. You tell it who's boss. Put it right here, okay? Put it right here. Can't even see it. You're sitting pillow, okay? Wiggles, good baby. Then delete this of the tufts with the all the butts. Wiggly, 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 gonna go all of the tufts. My butts. No? Not amused? Okay. Gonna be bones on the floor. Gonna be bones. Wiggle, wiggle, babies, all that is your bird for. You want to try some hamburger? It's not as greasy or as salty as McDonald's. Food, honey. Food, Helen, food. Yes. You're just in my ear and I can't hear. Damn, those pickles are good. I don't remember what I was talking about. These animals got me crunking. See, it's even though this is very moist, it's not moist the same way this stuff is. The texture is different, just even the way it lays, so to speak. If it were fabric, it would be the difference between silk and satin. They're both soft, they're both desirable, but they lay different, they feel different. The way you achieve them is different, even though they kind of start off the same. And the end result is what you're going for, I guess. The end result is the end result. But all that beautiful, I think this is another reason that people like drumsticks, is because it's basically all dark meat. I was just I can hear it popping. I can hear it popping. It's finished finally. Okay. That's it. Oh my god, finished brownie. Hey Cindy, do you want to go get locked in with Mom and leave me alone? Let me show you who I'm trying to get rid of here. Oh, I was talking about her. Okay. Let me give you one of my sacred pieces of dark meat. Come on. Cindy. Come on. Yes, I call them all like cats. They don't know. Cincy, come on. Am I far enough where you can see? Cindy, come on. Come on, honey. Cindy, I'm holding the chicken. What are you doing? She used to have a nose that would make a hound cry. You are the illegal immigrant. Okay.
I have to just grab you because you're not cooperating. And I really want to just finish something today. Arms as well. Actually, purple is all over me. Okay. Cool. Change my shirt. Sorry guys, I gotta change my shirt. Hold on. I don't know what to tell you, man. I'm trying to get you off. You would come off. Get out of the kitchen. I don't want you in the kitchen anymore. I'm tired of getting bit. I'm tired of getting scratched. Mood. Guys, I need to get a new one of these things real bad. I just don't know what to get. Love you. Where are your babies? Where'd your babies go? Where'd they at? Oh, are you eating? That's different. More covers? Do you want a puppy corn too? Do you want a cheese corn? Do you want a cheese corn? What were you eating? I can't tell anymore. Were you just sucking on it or were you using it as a pillow? Which one? You're acting panicked. What's going on? I was just getting little covers on it. Go ahead, lay back down. It's okay. You don't have to be scared. You need my feet. Oh, you gonna go in there? Do you want to go right there? Stand warm and comfy and be cozy and be also a little cozy. Little bit of our skin in a little bit of
bird stands for.
Right? Right, Jerry?
Really need to find my ties, guys. My lymphedema is getting out of control. Okay. This is why you have to be careful and go through it. That can kill a person. It's very, even more incredibly dangerous to your animals. Like birds can eat it as long as it's cooked. As long as it will not splinter, just like dogs. Any animal really, as long as it will not splinter, it's totally fine. With birds, it's a little bit more difficult of a problem because once it splinters, that's it, that's peritonitis, and it's over. It'll be over in less than 12 hours. Because bird digestive tracts necessarily must keep moving very quickly, and so it'll just continue to dump all of the resources through that hole, that perforation, and it'll just swell up the abdomen, and boom, done. Donezo, gonzo. It'll be a very painful experience. It'll be and it's not like they know. They don't know. They will not willingly eat anything that is difficult for them to eat. But when you put, something real tasty in front of them, and they get real excited, it's very easy for their little birdie brains to just kind of bypass what's going on. The same way, people bypass the part of their brain that says, whoa, Rowie, why are we still eating? Why are we still eating? Why? I told you 20 minutes ago, no more. But the fracture for the bird these can be incredibly small. Now for dogs, cats, humans, somebody who has larger, more elastic plumbing, so to speak, it's a little bit easier to recover from something that doesn't fully puncture through. But anything that's small on a bird is going to just automatically puncture. It's done. Bird anatomy is quite unique in the sense that everything's basically a pin at most large. And so when they have things happen, when things do happen, it's always catastrophic. It can't be anything else because what else can happen? So you can't fix a pinhole leak in a pin-sized contraption. It's the same as trying to fix a whole car when a whole car's gone through it, right? Or worse, when you're trying to fix a Prius when a tank has gone through it, because there's a lot of things in the bird anatomy that, remember I said pin size are better. Just like people, things get tinier and tinier, especially for their blood perfusion. A lot of blood does not, very little of the bird anatomy is blood. And it's because, remember, birds have to be able to get buoyant in the air under Bernoulli's principle. In order to do that, they can't carry a lot of weight. They're built how they're built because they're basically automatic hang gliders. Yeah, it's you. They can't flatten things out. They can't, bend things that don't bend. It is what it is. Sorry, I have a tendency to, when I get emotional, I'm thinking of Greg. Because blood perfusion is so minute, let's say that, in birds. And we refer to them as prey animals because they're kind of the bottom of the food chain. Dingy conures can kind of be a pest in some areas where they have the ability to thrive. They are going to thrive. They're very paranoid birds. That's why you hear Caroline freaking out a lot, because in their natural environment, other parrots eat them. Toucans love themselves a rangy conure. Toucans love them, a lot of birds actually. They're basically the killer whale of the bird world. Real cute, real cool. Don't look like anyone else, but welcome to the family. And I mean, they are technically parrots. I'm not saying they're not parrots, but you know, they kind of be mean to everybody that they come across. And then they sometimes just kill for sport. Toucans are like killer whales. When Greg got hurt, and it was my fault, I take responsibility for it, because I should have had better processes in place. I should have been more aware. I should have been more everything. I should have been more everything that he needed. That's not a question. He died because I failed him. And like I said, he passed not that long ago. 10 days ago, 2 years ago, 3 years ago. And because of my incompetence, because of my ignorance, because of my impatience, because of my focus on too many other things, because he was not the everything, I was not treating him as the everything that he was. He got scratched, and it was not apparent until 2 hours afterwards where that even was. I had tried to clean him. I didn't know where to clean him, but I knew it had happened because of the little eagle scream that he made. And I can still hear it. I don't think I'll ever not hear it. Sometimes Jerry makes that sound and it scares me. And the little eagle scream that he made. And I made sure he got a steam bath because that was his favorite. He had a lot of fun. And it wasn't until after that I could even see where he got scratched. And I just tried to keep him warm. I didn't let him eat because I thought maybe they had to put him under anesthesia and that he would aspirate. So by the time that we got to a point where he might be able to eat, and the vet didn't tell me. The vet didn't tell me he could eat. So I didn't let him eat. He tried to eat a peanut. And I stopped him. And his body didn't have anything to fight with. And so he was so weak the next morning. And I knew looking at him. I knew. I just was so worried about doing the wrong thing. And the vet was so overworked. And But she didn't say anything. It wasn't on the paperwork. And I didn't know. And I should have asked. I should have known to ask. I shouldn't have assumed, because so much of like birds are not like cats or dogs. And he died in pain because died after a very painful procedure where he was screaming, and I was glad to hear him scream because it meant that he had the energy and it meant that they were doing it. But the vet chickened out afterwards after causing him all that pain, and didn't finish the procedure to give him the antibiotics and just called it donezo, and wouldn't let us take him to the only other vet in town. And I should have seen that as a red flag. I should have understood that. And I should have just scooped him up and taken him then. I should have just not taken their word for it. And I should have just gone. I should have just gone. He died because of that. He died because of my cowardice, my idiocy, and everything else. He died because I could not be all the things to him that he needed me to be, that I wanted that he was to me. And I miss him every day. He was the best bird. I didn't eat for 10 days afterwards. I didn't hardly drink anything. I couldn't bring myself to do it. And I didn't eat chicken for weeks afterward. And I should have known then that my family and I were at odds. Because after my mom shoved a Xanax down my throat because she couldn't take the crying anymore, to quote unquote break the cycle, when my brother held me down to do it, when I came out the next day because they weren't going to let me go. And they were going to, let things be quiet, let me heal, and this, that, and the other thing, and make sure I had eaten and everything. And I told them I didn't want the chicken. I told them I didn't want the chicken because the drunk had always called him the chicken and always teased about the cats and dogs eating him. And it was the first thing they fed me. It was the chicken, this chicken. And the room that they put me in, their room to get quiet, they went in, did yard work right outside the other wall. And I had nothing to charge my phone with. I had nothing to. Maybe it was my own. Because if we were in the middle of the drunk can do no wrong, and the drunk was healing, and this and the other thing. So he was actively stealing my things while I was in that room. And there was nothing they could do. There's just nothing that can be done about that. And I should have known then, I should have known to stand up for Greg and to scoop him up and take him. That was going to be my last chance to go. By any measure of the word. And I should have known then that my family had no intention of ever seeing me happy or ever seeing me heal. I'm not saying that I could heal in a single day or a week, or that the world has to stop for me, but just that the active efforts to go actively against all of that. As I'm saying it, as I'm crying, as I'm bawling my eyes out, I should have known that I am opposite. My family and I will always be on opposite understandings of the world. And that's okay. And it's okay to be that. You just have to know it. And the reason you have to know it is because you can't act accordingly without it. That's the long and short of it, right? I was so taken down and so depressed that this would be the day I had come out of my room 3 days ago. I ordered Tom and Jerry online, and PayPal facilitated the money to a family or friend that I had never met. I had a whole conversation with this guy. I had apparently reached out to over 16 breeders to find me another pineapple counter. And wouldn't you know it, this is the time of year most of them become available. Because 6 weeks before now is when everybody gets hatched. And 4 weeks before then is when all of them get laid. And in a weird circle of life moment, that's how we have DP and ovitis. And as grateful as I am for my birds, as much as I love them, as much as they are love my life, as much as they are the only way I understand love, they can hear themselves in my headphones. They're talking to themselves. Babies, you're talking to yourselves. You're talking to yourself. Look, look, look. Woo. You turn on the volume? Look, gosh, golly, you two. You're talking to yourselves. Wee. Woo. Who are you talking to, sweetness? Who are you talking to? You're right. Wee. They can't recognize their own calls for the most part. But as thankful and grateful as I am for my birds, as much as they are the everyday, I don't have much reason for myself. Because so much of my identity can only be the birds, because that's who my family's going to focus on for the suffering. And that's just always been true. My family's only ever focused on the animals, including when the drunk killed my cat, including when they borrowed money from me to save my brother's guinea pig, including skipping tests to make sure that skip tests to make sure that somebody else's animal got to the vet, or just a whole litany of messed up stuff. If you don't have an animal in this house, you don't get anything. Most everything is tied up into animal ownership here, which fine. It's the only commonality we have, in all honesty. But what's the matter, honey? Babies are right here. They're right here. What's the matter? Do you not see them? Babies. Here. Let me see. Babies. They're right here. Come here. I'll show you. Not a trick. Can I show you? Babies are right here.
Sweet, they're right here, honey. Sweet, they're right here. No lies.
I'm not hiding them.
for breathing. Here's the heart. Here is the liver, my sweet. The liver. And the spinal cord. I wonder if you liked it last time. Good. Couldn't get it out of the other one, so I didn't even try to give it to you this my last time. There is a lot of weight on a wing if you're willing to eat the skin, because I give the skin to the soup bag. It just doesn't look like there's a lot of meat, but there is a ton of meat on here. I'd rather have a wing than a drumstick when we're doing wings out, because of that, unless we're talking about like an actual size, not a baby chicken. Baby chickens, that whole situation breaks my heart a whole different way. I actually don't eat many wings after learning about the baby chicken situation, because then I can't help but wonder if this is like all the baby chickens that are just failing to thrive, so to speak, in the chicken farms, and I have to hope, like my brain has to hope in order to be able to cope with even what I'm doing here, that because of Costco's standards about who they buy from and how they buy from and whatever, that they don't have those kinds of farms, even though I realize that may be a willful ignorance on my part, that these things are basically hatched in the dark and they die in the dark, looking
towards a window that they'll never be able to get to, if they even have that. Just their brethren getting sick and dying left and right, just being plucked out, and then one day they're just hoisted onto a truck and just put down a conveyor belt to the sounds of every once in a while somebody being aware of what's going on and then being plucked from life itself. Especially after getting the chinkins, I can't think about it too long. I can't think about it too hard. Nice and crispy. Because then I can't eat it. And I'm not in a financial position not to. Like I said, this whole stream has been watching or figuring out ways to make things stretch further, and going back to what I was talking to earlier about the millennial people essentially growing up as our grandparents did, coming out of Depression era situations where we're never going to be quite comfortable with waste. I noticed like a lot of our policies that we push for are no waste. You ever wonder why that is? And that is just crispy fried. That's crazy. Yeah, our whole generation is all about zero waste, kind of like our grandparents. And our grandparents' policy of zero waste was a burden on the economy, which is what, makes the current boomer race afraid. And they are afraid of zero waste because if there's no consumers, then there's no purchasing. No purchasing, no jobs, no economy, right? Our entire economy is built on waste. 100% and absolutely. Our economy does not function without waste and wasteful spending, which is why the government is the biggest spender in every economy. Honestly, if I left this would develop a really thin skin. It's really satisfying to peel off. Instead, I'm just going for the most microplastics I possibly can. Maybe I'll sterilize myself with the hormonal processes that it blocks. Okay. So, in all, not including what I ate, we would have had about twice this dark meat between the soup that I made my mom, what I ate. We would have had, this is the amount of white meat waste that usually goes into the chicken. That's 2 chickens again. We would have had one more of these. No, I'm sorry, one more of these. And I shredded up, I think, one of these for the drink. And then I have the soup bag. So this will make, for one person, this could make a master sauce that could continuously be added to. If you're in a family situation, maybe they're not comfortable with that and everything, this, that, and the other thing. So this can make a stock for about 10 to 12 people. Or you can do what I do, which is I make a stock for 10 to 12 people, distill it down, and then I use it as extra protein, vitamins, and minerals to add to things like ramen or whatever, like cheap meals that are very quick and easy to make. You just put it, it's like having that better than bouillon, except that you made it yourself, so you know what's in it. It's cleaner. Not the better than bouillon is anyway bad for you. What? Better than bouillon doesn't have distilled protein or anything down in it, which is the greater point. Which turns one of those quick meals that are normally just garbage into from a snack that has just calories to get you going to a meal that has nutrition to keep you going. And then of course you can add any of this, and this will go into bags next that we're going to freeze. This will also go into bags for somebody to make sandwiches for, which means that in about 3 days I'm going to reclaim it so I can put it into bags to freeze it, because somebody isn't going to eat it, they want to eat it. I need to wash my hands. Okay. I never finished eating my lunch because I don't even know where it is anymore, because after the dog attack, I have lost track of my life. My knees are stiff from not moving. I want my breasty to be on so I can open more camera cards. I'm getting ready to have an anxiety attack, I think. I think it fell down and somebody ate it. One of the things that people also overlook in the rotisserie chicken, and this is an absolute mistake, is when you get to the end, you have this glorious sludge at the bottom. Oh my god, can you not see it? Okay, that sludge is broth. It's what gravy used to be made out of back in the day. You ever want to look smart, look cool, look like you are a master chef? Save that. Put it into a gravy. You will look like the smartest person ever. And then you're like, oh, I knew about that somewhere in my mind. And you're thinking that to yourself. Somewhere I knew. So, chicken drippings, guys. Chicken drippings. And I think it's a mistake that, liquid gold. I think it's a mistake that Costco doesn't have a way, like, to collect those drippings. See, look how much is in there. I could add that to ramen, to something. really enrich the broth. It's gonna have protein, it's gonna have fat, it's gonna have things that'll keep you going, not just get you going. I don't know why Costco doesn't have a way, or maybe they do and the employees take it home. God, I'd love to work for Costco for that. I would clean that crap out every night. Bottle it up and sell it to a restaurant. I could eat that by itself. But I'm not full of pickles and I don't want to. And I'd do it for free. I wouldn't even be like, $5. Although the things I would do for money right now are huge. You can always tell the more fatty ones because they're globbed up like that right away because the fat's what helps keep it together. Collagen to some degree, but collagen has to be superheated to a level where it blankets out because it is a protein. It has to denature before it can do things, kind of like how eggs have to denature in order to become eggs. We have to break the protein strands in order, when we cook them, in order for them to become the delicious vessels that they are. Harvested in unspeakable conditions that I can't think about anymore. I gotta stop thinking about it. Okay. Let's get this bagged. So good. I prefer to use snacky bags. I do not buy the freezer ones because they're not in the freezer long enough for me to do anything with. Why do they look like my hands are tucked? Oh, it's because I'm wearing blue today, that's why. So I put about an ounce of meat in. I pre-break everything up. Try to make everything as even as I can. The reason I do half a bag is because when I once measured it, that was about 2 ounces of meat. I think I have a scale somewhere. Hold on. I think I know where the scale is. Where's Thomas? I'm gonna borrow the baby scale. Is that okay? Did you know you're so cute? Hey, fancy seeing you here. I was just wondering if you'd care for some cooking meal. Mm-hmm. Cooking meals are already that diet. Would you care for some of that? Would you care for some straight ass cooking meal? Well, you know, you wouldn't care for that at all, not one bit. You are my joyskins, my lovely goyskins. You are my goyskins. All about that times. Okay, so let's do this. Because that is covered in grease. Well, now it's covered in grease anyway. We're covered in grease anyway. Let's go ahead and just do this. Like I said, the last time I weighed it, about half a bag was... Okay, so one of these bags is 0.1 ounces. So it's 2.7, 2.6. You want about 2 ounces each. Because that's how I calculate my calories and stuff. And protein and everything else. It's not to say I wouldn't eat like a full 6 ounces, but when you're using this as an additive, using it as a supplement, not as a dish. This also helps limit the amount of microplastics in your life. Because then you're not buying a lot of pre-made, like canned meat and stuff, which are manufactured with. And that's not to say, okay, let me back up. I do understand that plastic is in any way involved. You know, you got microplastics in your life. I get that. I'm not here trying to say anything else. But this is not manufactured in plastic, and this way the most of what you have is just the interaction of freezing, which is gonna I don't know, I just feel like heat is what gets more, and maybe, and I could be very wrong, I could look that up, maybe I should look that up. If I could just have reusable silicone ones that the drunk didn't throw away, I would. I actually had a full set of them, and then he was like, "What are these?" Just threw them away. He's actually thrown away $30,000 worth of stuff in the last 2 years. So, for context, gotta go with the bags. Don't have a choice in that. Stuff that I was using to lift myself out of poverty, I just decided didn't belong here. Time to toss, get rid of. Go yourself. And that is the story of my life. I'm a very negative person, but I feel like I don't have a lot of reasons to not be negative. I like people who say, "Oh, well, you got up and there's only I have not been actually been beaten down. I feel like people who think the sun is still going to shine and that the world is not going to end, and not understand that the world will go on without them, just have not been beaten down yet. try to keep the dark meat separate. Because I like the dark meat. When I want a nice relaxing bowl of rice ramen, I want the dark meat. I want something that tastes good, that feels good in the mouth. I want something that has depth and flavor. And I don't want it to be stringy. Which I feel like white meat has a tendency to be very stringy. If you notice, white meat also is fluffier. Not as calorically dense, I guess, would be the better way to say it. But those who grew up in poverty know. Oh, so, okay, going back to what we were talking about earlier. Whether or not you're here, I have no idea. People who want to get rid of schools and stuff like that are primarily attacking lower income households all over. And we know that because when they couldn't go after school lunches themselves, they wanted to start when they couldn't starve out the kids because the parents should be able to make enough money to be able to afford to also give their kids food. They're trying to go back to a time where kids could go home during the lunch period, which means we are going after people who cannot afford to be in those districts, which means we are going after people that are transplanting themselves across districts, which means we are very much trying to class lock people in so that we have an economy that is based on regional, structured, class-based schools that are only funded by the tax dollars your parents could afford. Which doesn't sound like a wrong thing until you understand. That this disproportionately affects those who have otherwise systematically and inherently. Oh no. Was all of that on here? No. I gotta go back. What is happening? Why is this? Why is this happening? Oh man. The thing. What happened? Whatever happened to predictability? Oh shit. See, and then that was on there again. Okay. I think all of these are okay. I think that fell over at the end. We know that they're going for a class-based system because a class-based system ensures that there's control over the workforce, and if you can raise the workforce from the beginning to understand whatever their meaning of hunger is what they will fight for in the future, right? If you know that you can survive on 2 grilled cheese a day, you will happily drink out of the toilet and be locked up in the attic until you can get some matches and hand sanitizer, right? If you know that that's all you're gonna get, you will find a way to make peace with what you have. And you will not expect more. You will not want more. You will not be unhappy with less because you know how much you can survive off of. And if you go back to a system that primarily and disproportionately affects people that cannot afford to go home during lunch to eat, and especially in a time when we're trying to cut EBT and SNAP and everything else like that, you are ensuring that you have a workforce of either children who are working illegally or a major downshift in the economy where large-scale debts will never be paid, and we are going back to debtors' prisons. Now, how do you get to debtors' prisons from no schools, right? So if we go back to a system where there are no schools ever, either kids enter the workforce, or they are being homeschooled where able. Now, you have parents now that are raising their kids to the absolute best of their ability when the school is the one paying for the meals, maybe twice a day, in some districts 3 times a day. The cost of food is a major burden to almost every American family that is lower middle class and below. The SNAP program is intended to ensure that people can eat, right? Just eat. We're not talking about selling their portion or anything else, although that is sometimes the only way that some of these people can make enough money to survive on. Now, do I agree with that? I mean, I don't agree with it when you get people who, and I used to see this all the time when I worked at Dollar Tree. I don't agree with people who sell their EBT benefits so that they can get drugs. I don't agree with people who sell their EBT benefits so that they can get cash for drugs. I understand that there is an addiction and an wellness, but I don't think the taxpayer should, general taxpayer should be burdened with the cost of your addiction. Now, and I say that prefacing that we already know that people break in houses and everything else to steal, to sell things, to get drugs. But if EBT fraud is the way that they can do that with the least inconvenience to the modern taxpayer, maybe the cops can have something else to do. And I honestly think that this is why, a huge reason why they're trying to get rid of SNAP is because they think that most of it is involved in the illegal drug trade, which it is not. And I can tell you that by the number of people that come in just to a bargain discount store, just starving. Forgot to plug in my phone, sorry. And the idea that we need to cordon off how much of who gets what is absolutely outrageous, because calorically dense food is the most bargain efficient, right? We go back to the meal basket situation where we got the cod liver oil and everything else like that. Oh yeah, we can absolutely make sure that every single person is getting every single vitamin, mineral, and everything else that they need, but they won't have enough calories in the day to move forward. The market basket failed primarily because it could not meet the needs of the people that it served. Not because people hated cod liver oil, because it's incredibly nutritious or anything like that, but because it cost the government too much to manufacture all of this stuff on its own, because that's what it downshifted all of its war effort manufacturing to, was making all of that stuff for people who were on EBT benefits, who back then were primarily what do they call it? Shell-shocked veterans who could not make ends meet because they could not either stay gainfully employed, could not find a job that met their mental health needs, or because they were in a market where they were already oversaturated with workers in the industry. So how do we get to debtors' prisons from there? So if we go back to no school, let me count this out first. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. We'll call it an even 20 based on what I ate. What are you doing, Miss Strunk? What are you doing? In here. So 20, so about 40 ounces of cooked protein for $12, plus what we have here. Actually, let's go ahead and see what we have here. £1, 2.2 ounces. So, oh my god, I used to be better at math. I think it's 16 ounces to a pound. This one is 17. Okay, 2 pounds and 2.0 ounces. So we got 2 pounds, 0.03 ounces plus 6.6 pounds. So 2 pounds, 3 pounds, 0.69 ounces plus. Actually, I'm going to leave it on there, and that way I can count the broth that I got on there. 3 pounds of stock making material. Okay, so how do we get to debtors' prisons from closing all the schools? Okay, so schools were started to having to get set up in order to meet those needs for parents who were burdened with. What are you doing, Strunk Girl? Sorry, she's acting weird. What you doing? Why are we doing it? Okay, so schools have always fed kids since time immemorial, right? Wrong. No, schools used to have to bring your food to school. The reason you had to bring your food to school is because many taxpayers paid into the school, and not every taxpayer was paying into the school system. Because if you don't have any money, you are not paying any taxes. If you're not paying any taxes, maybe you shouldn't have to go to school. It's a public shame that originally kept kids out of school, even though Thomas Jefferson himself said that education was the only way forward for our great nation, right? But what do we know? Go ahead and put these in here. That way it's easier for me when I have to reclaim them later. Hey, no, don't eat the styrofoam, girl. What? Little hookbill. Why are we like this? How come I know you? Why are you so cute? Okay. I love you. Don't eat the styrofoam, please. Can I have a kisses? What are you doing? I think they're looking for nests. Okay. Looking for nests. Looking for nests. Okay. So it was a public shame that kept the average taxpayer out of school, right? Either it was very apparent that they didn't have time to teach their kids Bible, which would imply that your kids were out working in the fields all day. And then at night were probably too exhausted to have to stay up to learn this stuff. At which time you're already behind the class, right? Because you were a little hustle and pray. You had kids that were 12 in the same class as kids that were 6, right? You had 7th graders versus kindergartners. But they were all roughly learning the same thing, just in different ways, which is how we do school now. It's just that we build on what was there in order to move things forward. That being said, one of the things that they found out was the only way to move things forward was if and only if we could feed them, because if having a meal was the difference between getting a kid into school or not, it was a low cost to the average taxpayer. Plus, it meant that we did not have to put in market baskets of food, because now we can discount the amount that we are having to give to somebody requesting benefits, either through welfare or tender and needy families, or which is cash assistance, or SNAP, supplemental nutrition and something benefits, all of that stuff, right? So we can reduce the amount that we can save, because we can save for sure that the cost of that meal is being supplemented 5 times a week, 5 to 15 times a week, depending on the district, right? Because you do have some school districts that do 3 meals a day, and some school districts even invite families, so mom, dad, brother, sister, even if they do not attend that school, and it is not required for you to have to show that your kid is at that school. It's a no questions asked thing, because it's understood that if you are having to show up to what's essentially a soup kitchen at your school, that you are probably doing that with great humility already, that you are already having to be humbled. Instead of keeping these people out of school, they are keeping these people in school, and they're keeping these fights from forming, because fights over benefits is the number one reason for divorce, child abuse, child neglect, jailing, all of that. People think that it's all because of drugs, this, that, and the other thing. Drugs are what you take to forget all that. When you have enough drugs, you don't care. It's when you run out of drugs and have to face reality that you start caring. And then the fights over all of those little essentials start to creep in. If you do not stop biting me, we're going to have real life problems. I want to send you to dinner. Come here. Come here. Come here. What are you doing? Okay, fine. Go down there. So, if they can deduct the cost between 5 and 15 meals per day to a privatized system, instead of achieving the government needs, that privatized system finds a way to take the cost of that to pay themselves, pay less into the benefit, because school districts are not going to suddenly get more money to do this benefit, right? Why would they? That doesn't make any sense. Stop. 5 ounces. Yeah, because these I do want to freeze. You're making me upset. Thank you. So you have the first factor that is going to be a very public reckoning of how you keep house, right? You are showing up to these meals, you are very likely to be from a very underserved, underprivileged, under whatever community. And when the word gets out, as kids do, because kids don't know to lie about things that they shouldn't be ashamed over, other kids' families find out too that they are, in fact, part of that bracket that is quote unquote leeching off the system. At which time which would make times like now a very easy way to target families that would fit a certain classification of people of undesirables, right? Just like it would have been easy before for your kid to show up to school, start begging for handouts, and then get chased off into the next town because you're a low-life baby. It would be very simple to do that now, except somebody's going to end up in El Salvador. That being said, those are the schools and everything that I imagine are going to be targeted next. And I have an absolute feeling a huge part of the reason that SNAP and everything is being targeted because it is going to be affecting those privatized systems once these crackdowns happen. Because guess who's not going to be claiming benefits anymore? Because they can claim that illegal or undocumented or whatever immigrants are claiming benefits so long as they show up to these programs, because they don't need a social security number or anything else like that. That doesn't make it wrong for them to be there. They're part of the class of people that have kids that need to be served so that they can get an education and move forward. What? Hold on, I gotta go put this in the... What? Why are we yelling? Why are we yelling? So if we can shame people out of school, people don't know their rights, right? They don't know their rights. They don't know what they can fight up against. They don't know who they can fight for. They don't know who they can fight to. They get back to a time which was not that long ago. We were barely outside of the time where we had the Second Constitutional Congress, where we had debtors' prisons essentially abolished. And they were essentially abolished because our founding fathers would have been in prison or eligible for it. Oh my god, I want a piece of that cake so bad. But I'm gonna make a smoothie. Get this cleaned up. Now, if we cannot claim those benefits, and we cannot claim those illegals are claiming these benefits, private industries that are structured around those benefits start to fail. Everybody thinks that it's mostly a liberal situation, that we must be going after schools because blah blah blah. Yeah, education is a huge part of it, right? Indoctrination, whatever. They have no intention of having no schools. They have no intention of leaving schools the way they are now. There's a huge difference. And just as they're already rewriting the Constitution in the zeitgeist of our community, they are, in fact, fun fact, going to set up schools to do the same thing. What do you mean, wheat? I don't want donations. Are you thirsty, babies? Did you see that you have this kind of drinks? I made it just for you guys. Chocolate drinks? I'm so proud of you, Jerry. Need to get this done. Okay. But if they don't have schools in here now, we don't have SNAP or anything like that. By now you've obviously heard that the biggest beneficiary of SNAP is farmers, right? And farmers have their economy collapse, and they don't have a person to sell to, because at that point it is largely the United States government. Whether or not it's because they're selling to private industries, use their stuff to put on the table for kids at school, or it's people they're making things to sell to people to turn into candy at dollar stores. If their economy collapses, what are they going to do? They don't have anybody to sell to except each other. Return to a bartering state. Return to a bartering state, you no longer have the sale of food, you no longer have benefits or anything like that. When you are no longer selling, you're bartering, it turns into theft. And once it turns into theft, it goes from debt over economic goods to theft of economic goods. And you end up back in prison. And that's what they're aiming for, without question. That is what they're aiming for. Where is my breasty? We're supposed to open. is this? Oh, I want to go to this, but I don't even know how to play the game. Rusty, oh Rusty, answer me. Oh, hi, baby. You like some? Okay. Oh, I already pulled it out. My brain is toast, guys. It's officially toast. Shit's gotten frozen so many times, I don't even know if it's good anymore. It's good. What's confusing me is nothing has mold on it, but it's, again, it's gotten frozen so many times, it's hard to say. I'm just freaked out by the liquid one. It tastes fine.
a big precious Sydney. Hi, my love. Look at you, big bird wings right now. Who's a big bird now? Yeah, honey. Wings. Yeah. Show me your wings. You want some fruities? Oh, what if I gave you some blueberry? Blueberry? I know. Blueberry. I can't believe it was gonna hide from me like that. Rude. Rude. Just taking all my blueberries. Let me taking this. It's yours. It's yours. You can have it. Hey, why don't you go get something else? Okay. Go get some milk. Here you go. Want the blackberry? Actually, why don't you take this one? Because I know this one's better. Probably sprout these things honestly. Blueberries. Blueberries have always been your favorite. I don't take them. Okay. Oh, he hollowed that out. How do I keep getting so far behind? I don't know why you can't see it, but there's like, it's a hole. He just bored it out. It's just skin. I'm genuinely impressed. Oh, that honeydew is good. Great. I know. See, these things I know can be left out. I'm just going to take the stuff that's going to definitely go bad here in like 2 minutes.
Raspberries always just freak me out when they start going bad. But they get frozen, they look like they've gone bad. Because they're primarily water. I'm always worried there's gonna be like some sort of weird mold or shit. But because they collapse, no place for even mold to grow. I just want them out of my bowl so we can move on with our lives. Because if this thing gets frozen one more time, I'll blow my brains. I think it was fruit salad before fruit salad was invented. Right. Anything that looks good, we're just gonna leave. Put it in another bowl. One heck of a smoothie, guys. Smoothie roulette. Smoothie roulette. Bro, we don't know. Hey, don't eat anything in here. You only eat what's out there. Okay? Smoothie. Now I know why I get now I know why I get so far behind. Good cleaning job there, overseeing this. I have the stalks on here still. Is this you, Tommy? Smoothie roulette and pineapple. Let's see. This wasn't I just can't be without snacks. Bro. Yeah. Let me turn the blender. Remember how loud it is, Kate? Don't freak out. It's just the blender. Okay, remember? You got no wiggles on me? Wiggle, 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 wiggles, yeah? Look at you, big boy wiggles. Big bird wiggles. Bird. Not gonna lie, that's pretty good. Okay. Feet. I've been on my feet for an official 6 hours. Plus Costco. Okay. What? You guys, you are touching me an uncomfortable amount. Where does it say it?
Oh, sure.
I still. I don't even need a fan. I just need you. Why are you hitting me in the face so much? What? What? What did I do with the...
Baby! Let's go. Baby! I have to tell you again, you're not eating. Baby! Keep moving. Come on. Let's go. Baby! What are you? There's nothing on the floor that's even food. Come on. No, no, no. You eat over here now. Tyson! 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 Bro, stop doing that to me! What are you even eating? You're eating a little hookbill. Oh, it's a noodle. Okay. You can have it. I'm sorry. Bring it back. I'm sorry. I just didn't know what it was. Don't make scare of me like that.
Hey, trade me? Oh, honey, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Can I have one of these? Can I have one? Try some strawberry. Wiggles and the strawberry and the door's rude. Damien. Hello? 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 Can you hear me or no? Okay. How was your day? Yeah, but was the work that you're expecting them to do hard, or just because they, obviously the attorney ad things were not a big deal, but, some things like redacting can take quite a bit longer.